Welcome back. Welcome back. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfy. Episode's about to get interesting. On the last episode of To Catch a Fallen Knife, we filled the grid from 88.8 to 87.4. Well, actually, where did we come down to? Yeah, missed my last entry by 50 bucks. Stop loss is still sitting at 87.2. Slowly building towards CME gap recovery. Welcome back. Welcome back. We had 260 people in the last stream. There's 60 people here. So far, that's 200 people passed out on their desk. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's go, Biddy. We're on the 1 minute chart, by the way. We just get some better definition on this pivot. Yeah, we were saying that the gaps in between market maker sessions are where whales try to push price, right? Because the market's running off algos at that point, or market maker algos are running. It's easier to overwhelm the algo than it is to overwhelm market maker when he's on duty. Yep, very concerned. Very concerned. Yeah, we dropped 20%. That was the lows at 49K. The last yen carry trade unwind. In a big way, too. Those buys at 49 were the best. Ignoring that yen carry trade shit and buying that shit at 49, 48, 50, anywhere between 52 and 48. Those weren't easy buys, though. If you remember, bro, the world was unwinding at that point. People were scheming about the $13 trillion in the Japanese yen trade that was left to unwind. But a lot of it was reactionary, right? A lot of it was people who were too heavily invested, right? They were exposed to that yen carry trade. Those are the people that we have to worry about. The people that actually went borrowed some cheap yen at great rates, turned it into USD, bought what they needed, right? These guys are the ones that are going to be affected. The problem is that these guys are the big guys, right? And they're probably holding a lot of what you're holding. They've got a decent amount of Bitcoin. They've got a decent amount of Nvidia. And if the payment for those loans is about to go up, then they tend to sell their assets to free up some dry powder. I think they're gonna hike it. The question is how much though. Like I said, 0.75 is what they're talking about. That's what's being floated. I don't believe it. I don't think they go right to 0.75. Me personally, I could be wrong. But I think that they're trying to manage expectations. Yeah, I read 0.75 too. If you get people used to the idea of 0.75 and then you give them a 0.25, it almost feels like a cut, right? It gives you the opportunity to raise but have it affect the market as a cut. If that makes any sense. We do the same thing in reverse, right? We did the same thing this last time. Everybody thought we were going to get 0.25, right? So it wasn't having an effect. Powell came out and said, "Hey, don't it's not guaranteed you're going to get that 0.25." And then a week later, they had 9 of the Fed governors come out and say, "Hey, we're probably not going to vote for that 0.25, right?" So everybody expected no cut. And then when they gave us the 0.25, it felt like a 0.5 cut because of expectations. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take a look at the yen. Give me a second though. Let's get out of hot water here because we're still in lower high territory. And if we reject off of that bear trend, then that's confirmation of the break. So we got to focus in here. Well, usually the way it works is once they admit you're in a recession, you're already almost done with it. Changing weather is beating me up. There's no sound on Discord? Oh shit, my bad. Hold on. Alright, I turned it back on. I always mute the Discord when I reset the stream because that's the only way to keep the first 2 minutes of the stream being some crazy conversation about something weird. And I just forgot to put it back on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Zen. So people are mistaking that 75 to be a 0.75 cut. And the Bank of Japan is sort of going with it. I think it's done on purpose, bro. The way they said it is understandable why some people are misunderstanding what they meant. Exactly. Increase. We keep saying cut because we're used to the shit over here. It's an increase. It's not a cut. I said the same thing earlier when I was talking about it. Pausing is sort of what they've been doing, right? But honestly, they really do need to raise rates. They need to get some of that money back in. Remember what happened when we went to 49? Bank of Japan sent a message to all Japanese investors and basically told them, bring all your yen home. We need yen for the good of the country. We need you to bring all your investments back in. We'll see, man. I would like to think that after the last yen carry trade sort of unwind that we had at 49, that people started taking less risk and are maybe a little bit less exposed. But I don't know. 0.25 hike if you owe $1 billion and people have way more than $1 billion in yen, that increases your payment by 2.5 mil. It's possible. We took each CME gap right at CME open. So each CME gap was about there. And CME opened right there. So you know how we draw our targets? Like how we take that CME gap, or we take the CME close and the CME open, and we put our bullseye on it. Can't even see the wick because of the line, but basically went right to it. Yeah, we're still uptrending structure wise on the 1 minute. And you got your low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. We're just waiting for a higher high now. or to invalidate, obviously, right? Putting in a lower low here, that's when you start to see weakness in this trend. All right, let's get rid of this big red liquidity zone. We already handled that. Pick that up real quick. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Don't forget to hit that like button. It still looks like we have about 120 people still asleep in the other chat. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if we can just hang out for the next half an hour till Asian market makers come into session, we should be all right here. Asia tends to act as the responsible one after the weekend, right? We refer to Asia as mom. She comes in on Monday, she sees the mess that the kids made over the weekend, and then she'll clean up the mess, right? Meaning, like, take all the vectors, take all the imbalances, close CME gap if CME gap was left open, all of that good shit.
What's up, Dbloc? How you going, man?
Good, brother, good. Can't complain.
Neither can I. First day on the job, and I'm sitting at home on the couch waiting for a phone call.
How was
Yes.
it? Oh, you didn't even have to go in, huh?
Hell no, man. It's 2025. I think no one goes into work anymore.
Oh, that's great.
I haven't worked for 3 years, but since 3 years ago, no one goes into work. People they don't go into work. I've got to find out whether I can work remote all the time, but I'll find that out this week, I think. I don't really care.
Love that for you, brother.
Yeah. Oh,
Thanks,
yeah.
brother.
Liverpool. Yeah, CME gap is easy, right? On Fridays when CME closes, we take that line, right where it closed. And then Sunday, it just opened right now, right? So the line that it opens and the line that it closes, right? The space in between it was a distance that Bitcoin moved while CME was closed, which means the order books on CME have a big gap. So that's the gap that they attempt to fill. Basically, just a gap in time between close and open. Anytime, bro. It sucks that people are just learning about the CME gap right as it's about to not be a thing anymore. It's like,
Yeah, I think I finally got the CME. Finally figured it out.
What do you mean Monday just opened, Pulse? Yeah, CME opens at 6 o'clock on Sundays. Eastern Standard U.S. time. I know it's Monday already for some of y'all. You guys are in the future. You guys should be telling us what Bitcoin's doing since you're already Monday. Like, where do I set my stop? Gatekeeping all the future intelligence. That 800 EMA is where we'll see our first bullish trigger here. 800 EMA is sitting at 887. Let me get rid of these gaps. They're annoying the shit out of me. There we go. "15 minutes till Asian market makers get to their desks." Gemini's all right. I mean, as Americans, honestly, we can't be too picky when it comes to off ramps and on ramps. But yeah, Gemini is decent. You know what I hate? When prior entries become resistance. It's like, market maker, that's not resistance there, bro. That is my entry. You don't have to respect the line, bro. There's literally nothing there. Just one of my old entries. Take a look at the 5-minute real quick, since we've been so zoomed in. Right, if we're looking at the 5-minute chart, you see that we've fractaled into a larger W. Right, while our 1-minute inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute, we've fractaled into a higher low. Measured move is just slightly higher than the previous one.
Take it easy, Dbloc. Gonna get some lunch. It's Monday
Enjoy.
lunchtime.
Lunch
Little
is always
brother.
better when you're working, bro. Lunch actually means something. That break.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Between 12 and 1, he can't annoy me, so I can switch my notifications off.
Yeah,
All
bro.
right, mate.
Take it
All
easy,
right.
bro.
I'll chat to you soon. Take it easy.
Good eats, fly.
We still haven't invalidated the break of that bearish channel. but the dominant pattern is still the inverse head and shoulders. Excuse me. Bulls, if you need a task, it's absorbing this supply. I would like to see some aggression come across the tape. Just enough to get us into these liquidations, and then the short squeeze will take us where we need to go. But we need some aggressive buyers to step in and make this happen here. Ten minutes until market makers step in. Let's see how thin that order book is, because it was. All right, that's good. It was a little scary there for a second. Earlier today, it was only 32 mil in book liquidity, so it wasn't really hard for them at all to drop that price, but the book is filling up a little bit. I mean, it's not great, but it's better than it was. What buy orders? Pretty clean off the bottom of that bear flag, huh? Okay, X, Bybit. Let's get Coinbase in there. Bitstamp. All right, what do we got? I gotta refresh this. It's not showing me the heat. We just need to get above 887. It should be a pretty clear pop. Clear pop to 90. Call me crazy. Yum. You guys understand what market maker sees when he sees that much liquidity stacked up? Not only that much liquidity stacked up, but that much liquidity stacked up between him and a price chart of a point in the chart that he wanted to go to anyways. Damn, I've got too much shit on here. Where the hell is... Pay no attention to the random labubus and jump heads. Oh, it's a fail. Alright, well. Scratch that. But what he sees is a big plate of food. Right? Big bag of money. Big juicy steak. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I can't even put up that Diddy emoji anymore after watching that Netflix documentary. Holy shit. Nasty work. You see how aggressive the bears are being here? So these liquidation levels pop up when the trade was open. Every one of these highs has been slammed. 100x short. Next little small high right here, 100x short. Next high right there, 100x short. Greedy, greedy, greedy. Yeah, 3-day up, but we could still put in a low going into Monday, remember? 3 minutes until Asia comes in. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Remember, Asia doesn't tend to trend, right? Asia tends to range, which means any up move that Asia puts in to clear CME gap, if there's enough time left in the Asian session, they'll clear that, right? They'll clear that. They'll clear their own vectors. UK comes in and goes to work, right? UK comes in and decides, are we going up or are we going down? And then they tend to do that for their entire session. It's just the way that market maker harvests liquidity, barely. Right? Think of it like this. We go to our weekend trap, right? All that liquidity we know was down here ever since we were back here, right? We said as soon as we broke that uptrend, we had the potential for a liquidity sweep all the way down to 87.6. So this weekend trap, right, is just full of short liquidations all the way up. And then while we go sideways, the long liquidations grow underneath. So once they pick a direction for the false move, they'll come and sweep that liquidity, right? But then you've got all of that left behind to the top side. And remember, market maker's job isn't to just go in one direction. Market maker's job is to provide balance, right? So if they sweep that liquidity to the downside and they start the week with a liquidity sweep to the downside, then that 3-day up usually recovers the leftover liquidity above. Not only the liquidity, but the vector gaps that are left on the way down, all the imbalances. It's also a way, in my opinion, that market makers who don't have any direct contact with each other, although, I mean, there's probably a group chat somewhere that we're just not invited to, right? But it's a way for them to communicate and not step on each other's toes throughout the sessions, right? Each session has its job, and each session plays their role off of what the last session did. Blue is 25x, red is 100x, purple is 50x. Yeah, red, purple, blue, 100x, 50x, 25x. Yeah, I wouldn't call it low leverage. It's still high for sure. Low leverage is you don't even have a line on the chart. Like that's where the sweet spot is. You know. I mean, how many times have we seen all the red and purples get taken out? Every once in a while the blues get allowed to live, right? That liquidity sweep that we had on the way up, these blues got allowed to live. But, you know, anything higher than that is just a target. No, those 1000x shorts don't have a line. Those 1000x shorts are right inside the candle. Hello, Asia. Welcome to the party. Nice to see you. At 1000x, you can be in a candle that's moving in the direction of your trade and get liquidated. Just to watch that candle give you a, you know, what would have been life-changing money. Yeah, it disappears if they close the trades. You just barely see it. No pun intended, barely. But you hardly ever see them close their trades, bro. It's the craziest thing ever. You'll just see it sit there and price comes right up and smacks them. But I have seen people remove trades. For sure. What's good, Brock? Yeah, I mean, people could tell you till they're blue in the face, but unless they can show you as it plays out in real time, it's kind of hard to conceptualize it. You know what I mean? I would like to now say and admit to y'all that I feel some sort of way about my last entry being missed by $40. Not too happy about that. Okay, yes, I filled 6 of my entries, but I mean, really? Like, you couldn't even give me a partial? $40? Come on, son. But that's why we set grids, right? Now, imagine if I would have, because I had a very good feeling that we'd come down to this range, right? Obviously, or I wouldn't have put my order there. But imagine if I had got cocky and been like, nah, I know how this shit works, bro. This is definitely going down there. I'm just gonna full port on that last entry. Why would I DCA? Screw that. I know it's going lower. If I would have full ported on that last entry, I would have got left behind completely by $40. This market will humble you real quick. You either humble yourself or the market will do it for you. My last TP is the top of the bull flag. Right, I will take some off the table at CME just to be defensive because of where we are in the market right now. But my main goal of making sure that I loaded up at the bottom of this range was to play the top of the range. Right, so that's our 98. Whether we get that or not is a different story, right? But I want to be in position if we make that move instead of worrying about buying a higher low or something.
Ooh, so really turning the scalp into a swing? It's
Yeah,
not
I
just
mean
about
it's
closing CME gap. I
sectioned.
see, I see.
It's
Okay, so it
sectioned.
is a bit more
There's
macro.
a section of the trade that's just a close CME, and then there's a section that I will close if it doesn't look like we can make that full move. But yeah, I wouldn't have gone this heavy for just a CME close.
You could look at it a bit like a flat ABC after a recovery. double bottom at 88.
Nice moonshine.
Roughly.
Profits, profits, profits. All right, let's shrink this CME gap. I just hear, I don't know. A lot of channels will just basically tell you don't catch fallen knives. If you're new, don't catch fallen knives while they're catching fallen knives. And it's because they just won't, they don't want to go through the effort of explaining how to properly do it, right? They'd rather just be like, nah, just don't do it. And then they're slamming the dips.
The funny part is in a bear market, you do not revisit the falling knife, while in a bull market, you put a lower low. Statistically, you're going to see more lower lows during a bull run than during a bear run because there's no point in stopping out longs.
Yeah, you're not going to
The
catch
point-
me trying to catch many falling knives on a 5-minute chart during the middle of the bear market. That's not how I play the game at all. We're still going to catch falling knives, but
No,
it's
but
going to be on the daily. You know what I mean? We want those big reversals during the bear market, those bear market rallies.
it's just, when you look on the daily on Bitcoin, like since 15K, every correction ended up in a lower low before rising quite higher, right? Well, when you look at the bear market, so you look back at what happened after 69K, right? But we never put a low during the upward corrections. So, the trend is down and you are correcting upward. But you managed to put higher high locally before collapsing down, I guess. But you don't put the low.
Yeah, Dgen. I should
But
probably move my stop loss here. I already moved my stop loss. I just didn't do it on the chart. My stop loss is 1 ATR underneath a type 2 entry. So it's basically right underneath demand here. So it's a risk-free trade from here on out. And because I dynamically DCA'd, right, that stop loss is in profit. Where I would have had to move my stop loss all the way up to 884 or 883 to be in profit had I done it linearly. And that's the part of the game that I think people miss out on. Right? Because it didn't have to play out. This could have easily just come up here and rolled over. But since I went heavier at the bottoms, then yeah. Let me move that though, because my OCD is not happy with how messy that looks. All right. You're welcome, Venus. There is an argument to be made for moving this bearish channel to here and scrolling this top up. Right? That is a valid bearish channel. We want to break out of that if we want to invalidate any sort of bearishness here. But this would have to be moved all the way up here at this point, right? Your measured move gets put on the break. Took a nice chunk of this CME gap out of there, guys. We were down here earlier. Guys and girls, obviously.
well, it's almost a 2% move up inside a 40% down move. But
We're close to our first measured move from our inverse head and shoulder on the 1 minute. right? That measured move is at 89.4. The measured move from the W that we fractaled into on the 5-minute, hold on, let me get this right, is at 89.7. Basically the cyclo. Remember what I told you guys, how market maker uses the psychological ranges as an insurance policy on CME, right? Remember when we were in the weekend trap and I was saying, look, they're probably going to pop up because they like to have that CME close within those two ranges in case price gets away from them. That mean reversion to the psychological ranges also helps to close CME, right? It's just one more magnet pulling price in that direction. All right, thanks for that, Am. Because I only correct myself so that you don't scream at me, basically. But yeah, when I say it, I mean all of y'all. I do indeed. Yeah, I feel you, Liverpool. I feel you. You don't want to eat yourself. You don't want to like eat the account up with transactions and shit too. It does help to have a bigger account. But don't get me wrong, it works with everything, right? Whether this first trade was $1,000 or $1, right? $1, $2, $4, $6, $8, 12, $100, $200, $400, $600, or $800, I should say. Right. The point is just to make sure that your average is low enough to where a dead cat bounce is enough to get you out of the trade. Right, where you don't need it to have a full recovery to be able to be back above water.
That's a good trade. Unfortunately, you can't always achieve that.
No, definitely not. Shit, if we could, we'd all be freaking stinking rich. But when the probabilities boil down like that, right, and you get that many levels of confluence stacked up, it becomes a asymmetric trade.
Whether your bias is to the downside or the upside, when there's a CME gap to the downside, it's a long, not a short.
Listen, if the chart looked like this, that's exactly what I would have been
Continuously drop.
saying, right? The chart looked like this, I'd have been like, we're dropping down the CME, we're putting in a head and shoulders. There is a bull flag that we could break out of. You got to watch that could take you to retest the downtrend, but by the looks of it, the two measured moves would take you back down in the CME and the psychological range down below. Like my TA wouldn't change one bit. And that's how you know you've got your bias in check, right? If you flip the chart and it still looks bullish to you, like if this looks bullish and then you flip the chart and you're like, oh, we're definitely going to break out of this bull flag and go to 90 or whatever, then you know that you've got to check your bias.
Yeah, the small time frame rejection at 89 300. It's a level we tried to hold a bit on the way down to 80k. It went like Bitcoin was able to go sideways for like 2 days before losing it and going to 80k, and it tried to hold 89 300, and it looks like now, well, it's back as resistance. I'd be happy to see Bitcoin above 89.3. Because then, yeah, the highs are becoming more likely because you reclaim what was a small time frame old range on the way down, and it's like I think you can mark it as the middle of our range actually.
Yeah, locally it's the top of that bearish channel too. Come down to
And
50, 800
18th
EMA
of
would be understandable.
November, the low of the 18th November.
Neve, you got to keep switching up the number though. That's what makes it funny. Every time you say it, it's got to be like a different number. It'll be like 75 one week, 22 the next. Nah, so there's like a running joke, right? Like anything that's forgotten my password question, right? Birth dates, favorite schools, what's the name of your favorite pet, mother's maiden name, all that type of shit, right? We were all on stream for so long with so many hours and hours of recording, right? And we sit here and we just chop it up sometimes and you forget that all of this shit is being recorded. So what you got to do is every once in a while you just got to say something different. Like if you guys have been here for 4 years, you've heard a million different favorite pet names. I've probably given 6 different high schools I graduated from. Like even with my cat now. It sounds dumb and it sounds paranoid, right? But these are the questions. And I can't tell you how many times I've sat here and heard people in one conversation give like 7 lost my password questions, answers. And I'm like, bro, like I almost want to mute you for your own good because you're oversharing. And people don't think it matters, right? Like I don't have anything anybody wants. Okay, cool. What happens if in the next bull market you hit crazy? And then the bull market after that you hit crazy? And now you've got something people want. And now all they got to go back is run, a couple years of video through AI to get. It's just better safe than sorry, yo. Right? I like to live by the cypherpunk mantra. Yeah, it's such ancient technology, bro. Like, and identity theft is a really big thing. Coming from Brooklyn and then now in Miami, these are 2 major identity theft like capitals. And it's not a big deal for most people, right? Oh, you crack my shit, you're gonna what? You're gonna go to my Facebook and post something, or you're gonna hack my Twitter. But with what we do, it's important. Nah, I'm not gonna lie about the major shit. Like, I'm from Brooklyn, I live in Miami. But every once in a while you slip and you might talk about your real high school, and then now you're like, damn, okay, now I gotta mix it up.
Well, the pet name you shouldn't say, for example, because it's often used in security stuff. Yeah.
Like to you guys, my cat's name is Katoshi Miyakomoto. That is not his name. That's not what I call him every day. To yeah, big scamming community down here. I mean, you see it too when you go out. It's all Lambos and Pateks, and it's like, and you're like, what do you do? Like, you know, I hustle here and there. It's like, yeah, I know, buddy. And it's not drugs anymore. Like most people, like, oh, he must be a drug dealer. It's not drugs anymore. These kids aren't out here risking jail time, risking lifetime jail time with drugs when they can just flip plastic. They're out there scamming.
Yeah, a lot of free banding these days.
Yeah. My food's been here for a minute, but I kind of want to see this play out before I go eat. And then we come back. If we close the CME gap, we'll run a battle royale to celebrate. I mean, me personally, you guys don't ever hear me talk about money, like dollar amounts, right? I keep it to percentages, and I think that's just the safest way, man. Like, don't make yourself a target. Like, how often do you go around telling people how much money you have in your bank account, but you'll willingly tell them how much Bitcoin you just bought or how much, you know what I mean? We good? We back? We back or we still lagging? Twos if we're back. Twos. All right. Yeah, I saw that. There was a hiccup in the bit rate. Oh no, it's bad, bro. It's bad. Everybody, you know, like I'm a proponent of self custody, right? But you have to understand that with self custody, you have got to educate yourself and you've got to be able to provide the same amount of security for yourself that the bank provides, right? That's cybersecurity and that's physical security, right? Because they can't, you know, to this point, to this day, you can't just hack and take your shit, right? But nothing prevents a wrench attack, right? All wallets are vulnerable to a wrench attack. That's somebody showing up at your house with a big wrench, hitting you over the head with it, and telling you, "Give me your keys." But that same thing could happen with money, right? That's why you don't keep $1 million in your house. Those safety deposit boxes are for, right? That's what long-term cold wallets are for. And long-term meaning like you buy the dip, you know? Like let's say you buy the dip bear market and you're like, I'm loading up on Bitcoin. But you want to be able to sell some, you want to be able to cool, but you could take some of it, right? Put it in a cold wallet. Store it somewhere safe. There's a dude the other day not the other day, probably like a couple months ago, like cut off his finger, send it to his family. Or I might be getting that wrong. It might have been the wife's finger they cut off and send it to him. Somebody's finger got cut off. You can. You can. I mean, you can put Bitcoin in your IRAs and shit now. And I think that for tax purposes, that's a good avenue to look at. Right? It's like I think it's 7,000 per year. Don't remember what the limit is. But and that's a reason why a lot of these old wallets sold their Bitcoin and bought ETFs. Right? Like it or hate it, nobody's gonna steal BlackRock's Bitcoin. Chances are, you can't forget your 12 words. You know, not everybody doesn't have it in them to do all that, and that's when like knowing yourself is important. Right? If you're a person that forgets shit all the time, you lose shit. You know, look, chances are either I'm gonna forget these words or I'm gonna lose where I put them. Then maybe ETF isn't a bad idea for your Bitcoin holdings, right? Or maybe using a centralized exchange. I mean, at least split it up so you don't have that much in each. But I always use my mother as an example. My mother can't self custody. Right? That's gonna go horribly wrong. My aunt
Dbloc,
can't self custody.
why did we assume they self-custody better than anybody else though? Because and what
It's
happens?
just hedges against you forgetting your seed phrases and shit. That's all, basically, right? You losing your wallet or losing your seed phrase or forgetting how to even get it.
We just saw like Bybit that had all the best security out there in the end get hacked because of phishing, or I don't know exactly what happened,
Yeah.
but they had
Nobody lost a
they had
dollar, but yeah.
multi-sig wallets. They had all the security certifications. Like everything was in place. They still got hacked. And also, what happens when an ETF issued by a bank and the bank goes bankrupt? Is the money really yours when you buy an ETF?
No, that's why I said I'm all for self custody, but we have to be realistic.
Like if the bank who's where you have that ETF goes down, then you lose your ETF, no? Or
could your grandmother or your mother, could they self custody? Would you be safe? Would you feel comfortable with them holding their 12 words and being responsible for remembering them?
But honestly, I think cloud is pretty secure now. Like having the 12 words.
The cloud?
Yeah, it's.
Are you shitting me? That's the first thing they hack. Hell no. Nah, bro. That's the first thing. That's the first thing they hack. Bro, it's not like how it used to be. Anybody could do a mass hack of the cloud, and any 12 words that are sitting in a sentence that doesn't make sense, it automatically screams crypto wallet.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't want to do. We want convenience, but we don't want that much convenience. Like, remember, every step towards convenience is a step away from safety.
Yeah, but printing my words and hiding them somewhere seems more risky than having it.
That's a decision. That's my point. So for you, it might be a better idea to have an ETF where you don't have to worry about that, or to stay in centralized exchanges where your counterparty risk is the actual exchange going down or something like that, right? But if the risk of you forgetting your shit is bigger than that, then
I'm worried someone might find it. Like,
listen, banks aren't completely useless, right? Banks have big, heavy cement walls and metal safety deposit boxes, and in my opinion, that's one of the only reasonable things to use a bank for still. So the same way that you put your jewels in there, you put the deed to your house, or you put all the other valuable shit that you don't want to lose in a fire, you don't want to be stolen, right? That's what you use it for. Now, you might not have access for day-to-day trading, but that's why I said if you take a portion of what you want to hold long-term and lock that up, there's safes in the house too, right? Not everybody lives in a neighborhood where they're worried about somebody kicking in their front door. And as long as you don't advertise how much Bitcoin you have, then you're not going to become a target for anybody. There's safe ways to do it. But I still stand by that there's some people that it's not right for them. It just isn't. You can fight it. You can say, like, no, mom, you have to, how can you not remember? But chances are you got to be realistic, right? Is that a risk you want to take if you know that there's somebody. Like, I have my mom's seed phrases. Because I know when the time comes, if I go to her right now and say, Ma, you got to go into your wallet and you got to sell everything right now, what's your seed phrase? She's going to look at me like a deer in headlights, bro. Yeah. Especially if it's under a situation where it has to happen now. If there's any stress or like pressure involved at all, she's going to go blank. I love her, but I know her. You know what I mean?
That's why I mentioned cloud wallets, because for that type, I think it's pretty well suited, and it's probably more secure than just printing the words and hiding them somewhere.
Man, it's pretty easy. You just get your Trezor, you lock it up, you get a little steel plate that's fireproof. They sell them all over the place. That comes with an engraving thing. You engrave your seed phrase in there. You lock it up in a wallet, in a safety deposit box. If you have family you can trust, you can multi-sig, you can do that. But even then, you're starting to get a little too complicated for some people. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, you're not better or worse if you can or can't. It just is what it is.
Yeah, multi-sig is useless if everybody gets fished.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who the multi-sig. If the multi-sig is my mom, my aunt, my uncle, and my cousin, we're screwed. You know what I mean? Like, or God forbid you have a family that has any sort of like drama, right? Where people don't get along. Chances are, if you're fighting over grandma's will, there's going to be fight over that multi-sig at some point.
Yeah. Oh, you want to sell? No.
Oh, you need me, do you? Like, oh, shit.
But it's probably a good way to secure having, two-person agree.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, wills take care of that shit too. Like, you got to think about what happens after, right? So if you got everything in your safety deposit box, instructions on how to use it, all the information that's needed, all you need to do is leave the access to your safety deposit box in the will. And then your family will have everything they need. I don't care if you got to put 7 clips from YouTube videos to show how the process, you do whatever you do. You got to, just like anything else, right?
But if you take the whole thing into consideration, first of all, you have to buy Bitcoin on this and this, and you have to, convert it from USD or to this, and then seed phrase, and nobody's going to get into it.
Yeah, you want to try to make it as easy as you can for your family. Sure.
Dude, my mom still, I'm scared every time she has to sign a check, because what if, she doesn't remember exactly how she signed every time.
Bro, my grandmother's not even allowed to answer the phone anymore. I removed the phone from her room. If you call my grandmother right now and tell her that you owe her money, she is going to do everything that she can to get you that money before the day closes. That's just how she's built. Right? That generation is like, oh, I owe? What do you mean, what do I owe? How much do I owe? How do I make it right? They don't question anything. So, I mean, imagine you can get fished for information so easily. It's information that you think isn't even going to help anybody. Right? But somebody that's smart could fish information from you that will get your seed phrase, that will get access to where your seed phrase is, or shit might just get you to send them the money directly. Come on, man.
Sure
These Walmarts are full of old ladies and old men buying gift cards right now because somebody on a computer says they need $10,000 worth of Walmart gift cards so that blah blah blah. We see these scams all the time. So imagine how much worse it gets later once everybody has a crypto wallet.
I'm sure some Indians listening to it.
Yeah. Nigerians and shit too. They like that game. But yeah, and just this whole conversation started with talking about how much money you have, right? Talking about how much Bitcoin you have. a lot of these problems get solved if nobody knows what you're holding. They can assume,
Bitcoin had some,
you know what I mean? But
sorry, but
if you're not the type of person that's likely to sit there and tell people, hey, here's my bank account. Hey, look, this is what I have. Then you shouldn't be telling them how much you're buying at any given time. People are really good at math. And when you don't think they're paying attention, they're paying attention.
didn't Bitcoin close the CME gap now?
Not yet. The CME gap is at 901 on perps, but we're getting there.
Just I met like 50 Nigerian princes over email, bro.
Telling you. But yeah, so pretty decent episode of the Catch a Fallen Knife here. Actually pretty happy that this played out because it would have gone spectacularly wrong in 4K.
Yeah. You know, it should have happened on Friday actually. That leaving that previous low untouched. Was just a test of patience for the stop loss hunt.
I watch everybody one up. Most of the big guys, just because when I'm doing my research in the morning, if I just do a fast scroll through like your crypto banters and your altcoin dailies and all these guys, right? I can almost tell you the questions I'm gonna get for the whole day, right? Because people will watch those and then they'll come in and they'll be like, "Hey, what do you think about this? Think about." So I like to know like what everybody else is sort of looking at, but I don't spend too much time like, no. Most of what I really spend time watching is a lot of macroeconomic shit, right? It's not just crypto specific. That's if I had to pick somewhere where I'm lagging, right, where I have a bit of a gap, is in macroeconomics. I'm starting to close that gap at light speed, but I'm not where I would want to be. So there's still a lot of people that respect their opinion when it comes to that. These are guys that have been, you know, economists for 20, 30, 40 years. Old, boring ass dudes.
So you agree with Banter? We're gonna have a massive bull run.
It depends on when you watch. You watch Thursday and it's all over. You watch on Friday and there's a list of top 5 coins that you have to buy before the altcoin season comes.
I mean, they have 3 shows a day time, so
And they might, yeah, it might actually be within the same day. You'll see that. And it's funny as hell, right? Because they've got like some guys that are super bearish, no, it's all over. And then some guys that are perma bulls, and then Rand's in the middle and he just flip flops like between both of them. But when there's that many eyes, it's important, right? This is PvP, right? It's us against everybody else when it comes to trading. So it's important to know what they're thinking, what they're hyped about, what they're scared about. It helps with sentiment. Nah, Tejas, I've never seen that channel. I mean, maybe if I saw the channel, I would recognize it, but I don't recognize the name. Mitch is cool. I mean, I respect all the guys that have been here for a while, right? Because this shit is not easy. Streaming it specifically, right? Because I mean, it's every day, right? We're on here every day, putting what we think is gonna happen on the line. Like, you know, you're setting yourself up, like I said, to be wrong in 4K in a big way. So anybody that's managed to hold an audience and been here for that long, you gotta respect them, right? It might not be your trading style, they might not be the personality you like to watch or whatever, but I think the important thing is that when you're trading, you find somebody that you understand, right? Somebody you relate to, so that you can actually understand what they're saying. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Hey, Zusi,
Yeah.
where do you disappear, man? You come back after like such a long gap every time.
I try to hop in Sundays at least. Yeah, a bit busy currently.
Are you dejected by the whole market?
Rejected by the market? Yeah, I guess.
No,
Yeah,
not dejected. DE, dejected.
Oh. Yeah, probably. Yeah. I trade less.
You think crypto will try to close the gap between legacy and everything else?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean necessarily up for us, right? But yeah, it will. Yeah, eventually. Yeah, we can't underperform for more than a year, huh? So I guess we might underperform for a year, but eventually, yeah. But we'll notice it. You'll see days where markets are red and Bitcoin is still holding flat. And sign of a floor. But currently, we're at the brink of price discovery, and yeah, I mean, Friday rejected nicely at a lower high on a lot of charts, but it's still not impossible to see price discovery there in legacy.
Yeah, I guess everybody's waiting for that Bank of Japan thing, like Dbloc was saying.
Man, that narrative has been there for years. Like, it's nothing new. The worry comes back every time there's a drop.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, but every time it comes, that worry comes, we dump big, yeah. Every time Bank of Japan is mentioned.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I mean, it's important to monitor it, but there's always a bullish or bearish narrative following price, right? The thing is, the drop happened already. Right? Bitcoin dropped 30+%, right?
We're not worried
So I
about a
don't know if
sentiment. We're not worried about a sentiment drop from this. We're worried about people that have way too much yen out selling assets to cover. That's where the sort of drop comes from. There's two, right? Obviously, sentiment. People fear the yen unwind, so they sell. But there's the actual specific selling that happens because these loans have to be covered, and they're having to pay more than they expected to a month ago, 2 months ago, right? So there has to be some rebalancing. Like what, $2.5 million for every billion if they raise 2.5 or 0.25.
No, the funny part is, in a sense, it's more bullish to have extra bearishness because of the narrative, right? If more people are gonna panic because of Japan narrative, then we might actually put a low here below 80K, and that I think will make the dead cat bounce, or even not a dead cat bounce. Well, that'll make the bounce stronger, in my opinion. Actually, more interesting in ROI also, um, but just because it yeah, it'll start from lower. So
Not until
whatever
we close this
the
CME gap,
fear,
though.
whatever
We hit
for me
both
we
our
closed
measured
it.
moves. CME closes at 91 and 901.
91K, really? Oh.
GG's on both of those guys. If you took this trade and it was just a short scalp, you have reached your destination. If this was entries to a move up to the top of the range, then you have a decision to make, right? Whether you want to peel some profits or whether you're good with your entries and you're just going to continue to move your stops up into this.
We did just cross the 13 crossed the 50 on the 15-minute, and on the 4-hour, where price is crossing the 13.
But there's plenty of reasons to explain a further continuation down on crypto, fundamentally driven by either Japan having interest hikes or anything else. Actually, it doesn't matter. Right? It's still not a good plan to worry about that during a down move. Let's worry about Japan when prices are going up. I guess they've been going up for 3 weeks.
Let's worry about
so,
Japan when they're about to raise. Like, some things are real.
Yeah.
Like, this is a real thing that's happening on a real date that's going to have a real effect if it goes the wrong way. This isn't just like, you know, let's us imagining if this then that. And it's like, no, there's on the 19th, there will be a raise. How much will it be? How will the market react to it? How will big money react to it? That's what we got to figure out. But yeah, to get panicked over it doesn't. It's on my list of things to
But
worry
it's the
about. You know,
purpose
I've
of,
been saying this for the longest. Like, Japan has been the one thing that keeps me up. But that doesn't mean that it changes everything, right? We got to see how it
Yeah,
plays
is-
out.
you know, it was true 2 years ago too. Like there's really it's not a new narrative, right?
No, it's not. It is a pending black cloud over investors because Americans are greedy as shit.
And it's gonna be for years to come. That's the odd part too.
Yeah. And
Not gonna solve it
when we get
on the
into a
19th anyway.
situation and when we get into a situation like this in a year or two, we'll worry about it there too. It's what we do.
Yeah. Oh.
What's the direction on 19th on your M2?
Good question. No, we don't top out until the 25th. The 19th is right here. Basically in the middle of the move up. Look at M2 in real time though. All-time highs. Again. Money's got to go somewhere. Our job is to figure out where.
Well, is inflation also increasing? Because that could explain you know, the value of that money around still the same.
I wonder if that's why Grayscale was predicting a Q1 crypto bull top.
Mm-hmm. Good shit went up. Gains, gains, gains. Alright, this bearish channel is no more, so we can get rid of that now.
Also, if Bitcoin is to make a new all-time high, there's a point in hunting stop losses, right? So it's more likely that we put a new all-time high if we get rid of anybody who longed these last 3 weeks. Right? Well, if we don't put a low, well, then I think it's less likely to have a new all-time high in Q1. It would be a tricky ending if we actually pump from here to new all-time highs. But why not? That's a scenario too. Probably not the more likely one.
Baby steps. First 98, then 108. We can't even see all-time highs right now because we have a massive wall above us at 108. All we see is a brick wall at 108 right now. That is a very nice trade, Joe. That is a classic weekend trap, false move down, CME open trade. Now, obviously, getting above the weekend trap is our next target, right? If we go to the 15-minute,
if it can hold 89.3, then
you see
I
the
think that's
vectors on the way
reasonable.
down, right? So these vectors here, if we can get above the weekend trap, would be my next target. And luckily for us, they're smack dab full of liquidations. But first, a retrace, in my opinion, at some point here, right? We have a V-shaped recovery. We don't love those on this time frame, 15-minute. 1 minute, we saw the inverse head and shoulder. On the 5-minute, we saw the fractal into the W pattern, right? Now on the 15-minute, we have to fractal into something sustainable, which would mean grab the rest of the CME gap, come down, clear some of these vectors, probably hold the 50 EMA as it curls up, and then put in the right side of a W. Right? That would be our 15-minute higher low that would take us into our vector gap. But first, we got to build it out. Now, so remember, we don't panic at retraces, right? Price expands and contracts. And you can't get a higher low without getting a retrace. Let's shrink our CME gap even more here.
So if I'm looking to potentially hold my position and seek a continuation, about one ATR below that like 89.2 that you were talking about, where the 50 may come up to.
Yeah, once we see price come down and hold, if we see volume pick in, right, and it gives you a good type 2 entry, then your stop loss would be underneath there. What we're looking for now is to complete. How is that? We're looking to complete this higher low here. Right, that would take us through that vector gap. But we're not going to draw that out until it forms because I'm just going to create bad habits with y'all. Shouldn't do that.
Yeah,
But that's what we're
Which
looking
one
for, right?
happens.
Always have in mind the pattern that you're looking for to play out, to roll over into. You know what I mean? So that every downturn doesn't feel like the end of the world. Like if you need a W and you've got a V shape, then you need the downturn, right? It's not something to freak out about.
Scalpers would play it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like you'd close position and re-enter. Yeah. Maybe even go short if we end up with a double top here or something to show a bit.
I'll be right back. Let me heat my food up.
Maybe even wait for the retest of the breakout of that inverted head and shoulder. So many ideas. Best entry though is the ABC. As soon as we went back above 87,700, 87,670 or somewhere there, and it ended up in a tiny low, just enough to stop out. And then yeah, instead of going for the next low, which is all the way at 83, but even 80k actually. Yeah, Bitcoin could have taken a big drop if this didn't turn around there. Yeah. Yeah. Like,
I mean, if we didn't bounce, we'd be looking more like more the 70s, wasn't it?
nah, not with nah. No, but something between 80 and 83. Yeah. During a bear market, when you correct upward, you're less likely to put a low.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna go eat because I'm starving. I've got the chart up though. If it does anything crazy, I'll pop in. Again, GG's on those trades. Good trades, good trades, good trades. I'll be back.
Doge is Still bouncing from my 10-10 entry, and yeah, that 13 cent holding. There's something with XAI and Bybit going on. I'm not sure I understood what it is, but when you go on the phone app, it wants to promote your current trades on social media. And it proposed to me, do you want to post this? And I said no, of course, and canceled because I don't want to start posting my positions on Twitter or whatever it was going to do. But it's interesting stuff going on. It's like they want to mix social media stuff with your positions, and you have AI coming in there to help you chill your positions, I guess. And in my case, it mentioned it wanted me to post about Chili's entry in like God mod stuff. I was like, what the hell is this? But I think it's what exchanges are going for now. It's like more social interaction, and copy trading stuff works pretty good, it looks like. So that like they want human traders who actually trade to post their positions on XAI, wherever that was on Bybit's social media, I guess. And then you can read what other people are posting about, and I just read a few posts, and people were desperate to short Night, which was a bad plan. Now that it went back up this weekend. Yeah. It's usually what happens to these launched coins. You know, they get released, they pump a bit, and then people short them because of the high APY. They can expect prices to retrace because of the airdropped people dumping it, and also alts have overall been not doing that good. So people are gonna open shorts. You're gonna end up with negative funding rates on these coins, and then if the timing is wrong, if you end up with a bit of December FOMO, it can end up in a short squeeze that I guess happens every time eventually. The question is where it starts from. Right? It can start from 99% lower than currently. But you get a big up spike to get rid of all the people who shorted the newly launched coin because they thought it was going to zero. We saw it happen on ICP, on Filecoin, on well, a lot of these also actually tried to get rid of the shorts. Some haven't yet, and I'm kind of expecting that to happen in this end of year. It's 2 weeks left. It's all well, it's opportunities to exit stuck positions basically when you see a big short squeeze happen like that. Some of them can go straight to all-time highs. Like on small cap coins, it happens, man. They just they can just go straight to all-time highs. It's very rare, but at least macro SR is like target. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of coins who haven't achieved that. Maybe they're not shorted as much, but I'm thinking about like Matic. I don't know. It's at 10 cents. Maybe there's no shorts on it actually. Maybe a lot of people longed it. Even Cardano, right? Like this night coin could start a bit of a short squeeze on Cardano. It's at 12 May dip. 40 cent is where it was 3 years ago, and well, it's at 40 cent. Even lost it a bit. Like I wouldn't be surprised to see it at 60 cent in a short squeeze scenario to then just come back down here. Whatever Bitcoin does, by the way. Well, as long as it's sideways above 80K. Solana also, when you look at the chart on the daily, there's no very kind to any short that opened in the last 3 months. No shift in structure. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. It's just continuing like that. So you're expecting a lower low to come below 120. But seeing it hit the bottom of that range like that, clearly people are shorting it less, right? Not more. Let's check. Actually, it's pretty even. It's pretty even on Sol. But ABC wise, you have to wait for a break of $95 to get really a good area to reverse from, yeah. And we'll see what happens, right? Maybe it won't reverse. Maybe it'll just go down to support at $50 or somewhere there. But it's gonna have a nice chance of reversing strongly. If the current level doesn't hold, at which we've now spent 3 weeks trying to hold it. So it's the same as Bitcoin. So it's like you're spending too much time here. Down first would be more bullish. Because any attempt at going up, like it's gonna have a hard time breaking 160 somewhere there, 150, 160. Yeah. Just because of the amount of people in now. Yeah. Too slow of a reaction at support. ETH though, ETH had a nice reaction below 2800. Like that's if it can sustain itself, and I think it can, because on the Bitcoin pair, you're flipping the daily 200 into support, and as long as we're trying to hold the average of the last 200 days as support, then continuation of outperformance from ETH. Yeah. I didn't follow ETH much, but I think I should pay more attention. Yeah, it got almost to 3,500. That 200 EMA on the daily on USDT.
What up, E-Mad? What up, Zeusy? How you doing? It's good to hear your voice. How you doing, bud?
Thanks. Good. How about you? Weekly close.
Dude, you just like literally like enchanted my soul. I opened the channel. Zeusy was talking.
Really?
I really didn't mean to interrupt anybody, but hello, everybody. Joe Dirt's here. Zeusy, good to hear from you. Like literally, like I was like hoping I heard your voice. Literally, is the first thing I ever heard.
Well, thanks.
Zeusy, you still stuck in the hole? I'm down a diggity. You know me. I've been scooping all my logs way too long.
So same here. I did
How's
sell.
doing? What are you guys doing over there? You guys feeling cold? Is like winter time?
Nah, Paris doesn't get very cold. Actually, the weather was amazingly hot last week. We got like summertime weather almost.
What's your like average temp? What would you say like you had last week? Like 60,
20
70s or like yeah, how do we
so,
convert that?
centigrade? We had 20 degrees last week in Paris.
Nice and warm, nice
The
and
middle.
comfy.
Yeah. It's like 80 Fahrenheit, no? Or you multiply by 3, right?
Susie,
70.
I missed you, bro. You did all the way down to the bottom of this market. I was asking, where's Zeus? What where is he at?
Which
What are you
bottom?
thinking?
Wait,
What are you
we
doing,
haven't
bud?
bottomed yet.
Has your job been everything going okay with your job and stuff? Everything okay?
Yeah, still, yeah.
It's good to hear your voice, Susie. I miss you, bud.
I don't know, I was thinking out loud about ETH. What's the plan on ETH here?
Tell me what you're really thinking about ETH. In all honesty, did you scoop any up here? Low threes.
Oh
Last time
yeah,
I
yeah,
scooped
yeah.
up, ETH was down at 1524, so that's why I'm still holding, doing my thing. But
Oh no, me, I fully sold. You know, when we went back up above 4K, I fully sold. Like I didn't keep anything, so I'm getting back in. It's the only alt that I really sold. The others I didn't, because for me that drop to 1400 was too much. Now I lived through it, and then
it's tough
price,
getting down these ways. You're right. It's like you know better.
and then
You're like, Susie. You remember we've been through a lot of stuff. What do you think it was the most appropriate?
and 2800 I think was a good level to hold on this retrace of the up move. You know, while we're looking for an upward
Why did
retrace on
Susie?
Bitcoin's
Why didn't we,
down move,
Susie?
it's the opposite. You're looking at a
Why didn't ETH show us massive triggers? Remember how we were waiting for it to go to all-time new highs as Bitcoin made its way up there and ETH was
but it
trailing
did.
behind? And well, it kind of did. You understand what I'm kind of getting closer to here? I'm just, why didn't ETH quite reach there? The dominance ratio was always up in the high 50s, tapping in the low 60s. It was a tough
Obviously,
little
it's
structure here.
fundamental without RWAs really
No,
working.
no,
People
Susie,
biting.
that's all mumble on the jumble. All I'm saying is, because
No, it's
if we
not. It's
step back
fundamental.
and look at it from the outside perspective, not many but one or two or 10 altcoins even approached their true last all-time high. Like I just think there's a different structure to what's sitting in front of us that we don't even recognize, and the big guys are getting ready for it.
Oh, but no, we know.
It's
We know.
almost like instead of
Well,
having like a COVID crash, what if we have like a nonsense spike? Do you understand what I'm kind of about to attempt to say here? So
not
many
really.
people are spent out of this. You know how many people that have asked me like a year or two ago, should I buy your Ethereum at like 44? And I was like, what? I think
You
it
know,
has the potential to double from here, but I also don't recommend anybody buying here. The toughest thing is what to see is
but
the
it's harder than that.
when and why did these regular retail always ask us at these weird points in the market structure? Why do they ask us, should I buy this? When you most certainly shouldn't. You know what I'm trying to say? And they never ask to buy at the bottom. They always say, like, is this thing gonna die? Should I sell it now? Like I'm down like $100. It's like, bro, if you're down $100 and you only put $100 in it, put another $100. You'll get like a lot more coins for it. Only if you still truly believe in it. The thing is,
You
Zusi,
know,
we got to look
when
at our
people
structure.
so when
Zusi, we
people
got to,
so
what are you believing in? I guess, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt again, but what are you believing in your structure that you think should be, or what we should be looking at for our best coins
there's no
without
single
BSing?
thing.
You know what I mean?
There's no single thing I believe in 100% that I can tell.
Or should
But
we
what I
be paying attention to the
I want to hear
ETF?
Susie's answer to your questions.
Well, but I forgot to
Can
actually
I hear,
say, what about the
can I hear his answer?
ETFs? So I guess what I was trying to say is, what about the trusting structure of what we're saying is like with the government backed ones? You know what I'm saying, Susie?
You know, Shiba, when Shiba got released and it pumped like hell and then it dropped like hell, that's when all the retail left for me. They never came back. And now, if without NFTs, it's like, well, you're gonna trade
Dude,
stocks on
we
ETH.
didn't have NFTs. Remember what was the last one when the people had their NFTs? Remember those things? Those the pictures, the what were those
Yeah, but
ones called?
that's what made the ETH sub move. You know, it's NFTs,
But this
lost cycle. So
structure,
it's
Susie, we
fundamental
didn't
here.
have any of that. We didn't have any sort of weird thing that's popping off, pictures of this or something of that, or create your own thing. It was just a complete
Well, you had meme
big guy
season
stepped
during
in.
the
Big
when
guy
we
stepped
were.
in and they started creating waves that we're not used to. We're all so good in this little vessel. We're all sitting in. We all have an oar out of the left side or the right side. We're all going from here to there. But there's been so many things in these waters and these currents and these changes in our atmospheric conditions. there's a lot of things that I'm surprised that we all haven't kind of stepped back from or noticed or put together. And I think
Well, people deny
cooperatively,
atmospheric changes anyways.
cooperatively, we could do something awesome. We're a bunch of Vikings that are on a ship here, Zusi. I'm just surprised we don't pick out or notice like somebody with their binoculars over here in that direction, or somebody with their sonar looking below us. And
Well,
you know what I'm always
people,
saying?
people will
How do
just
we
deny
not know? I
what
just feel like it's a
doesn't.
weird
So
detector.
let Susie talk a little bit. We're curious about what his side of the
You
conversation is too.
you
As
should
How about you? How about you talk?
Well, it's not
I'll,
really a
I'll stop.
conversation,
I
actually.
promise. I'll stop talking from here on out. I love you guys. It's so nice to hear from you.
Oh, just
Let it
it'd be
rip,
a cool
Susie.
conversation, but Susie keeps getting cut off.
I didn't mean to
So
make
we don't get to
anybody
hear his
uncomfortable.
part.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night. But yeah, no, fundamentally, we need ETH 3.0, and there's an ETH release coming out. No, has it already? Maybe that'll change some stuff. But in the meantime, 2800 was a bit of a range high, and we retested it, and it's holding for now. So I think that was a good area to get back in. And now that rejection from the daily 200 is a bit of a sign to have TP'd a bit or de-risk, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, you're here.
No, that made a lot of sense. The way I just actually listened, I was like sitting here breathing for a second. I listened to you, Zusi. Made a lot of sense. Really did. I was like, well, that made.
Yeah, no,
it's
I'd
just a
look
way I
for
never
a
look at it.
double.
Look at it that way. But it made a zillion percent of sense the entire time.
Now, if we get a double bottom at 2800, I'll be interested, especially if we put a low. But I think it's time to wait and see.
Susie, what do I always say? Patience is one of those things that we can't go to the store and buy. It's not one of those things you can even actually. Can you go to like Harvard and get a master's in patience? No, you can't. But it's one of the most important things that everybody on this planet carries with us in our pocket. It's called patience. Susie, you just taught me a bunch of patience today. I can't say thank
I
you.
don't know. If 2800 doesn't hold,
Everybody here, I apologize for interrupting anybody and her coming. I apologize.
you're gonna wait for 2200, right?
The last time I bought deep Ethereum, like I said, was down at 1524, I think. But before that one was 998, so like just below 1,000. That was at the bottom of the last structure, though. That was when things was falling out.
If there's something I learned is when you're ranging, we need to trade, and in the end, this whole thing is just a range on ETH. It's freaking ranging from 1,000 to 4,000, okay? And look at where it's coming from. It's coming from 100.
Zusi, I wish you understood how much volumes of things have been holding on based on the Ethereum platform. I'm holding a lot of different coins for a long time, hoping that this Ethereum network and market structure is going to make it back above water. Susie, I'm still holding over 85 coins. And
in the case of
more than
ETH is
increased
fine.
my volume. I'm nervous.
Hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm
noticed
nervous,
that.
Susie.
But the harm is already done in your case. Now, like, can it get worse?
Well, we've
I guess
always
it
been in
can.
the same boat. We're always in the same boat. So I'm glad that I'm able to kind of squawk at you, but you understand what I'm kind of truly saying. Susie, I've been accumulating all of these coins I've been hoping on forever, and they're just falling through the cracks and crevices of it.
Well, some of them are even delisted, unfortunately, but it's important not to put too much into these smaller caps.
Susie, I'm down over $240,000 on spot.
Well, don't look
I'm
at
I'm
That
just being realistic,
price.
and I think you'd hope you'd understand. Not just like $240 or something, or 2,400 or 24,000. Just add another zero to it. You understand?
Well, you
So
know, portfolios move
I'm
up and
just
down,
simply in
honestly.
spot. So that's the toughest thing is I'm still in spot on all these things. But again, I have like a Costco or a BJ's. You ever been to one of those big old things? I feel like I have like a BJ's size like inventory of something, and I'm just, I guess, waiting for people to want to come in to the BJ's and buy stuff, I guess. But it's kind of weird the way I look at it. Just tough. I'm holding out a lot of volume, Juicy. Tell me how to do it.
You have some Bitcoin, right?
It's probably only 15th on my list out of 85 out of volume at this point.
It's the main difference between our portfolios.
I know, and Zusi, I'm not proud of that. And that's what I'm saying is I really wish I had listened to Dbloc a long time ago and properly taken care of stuff when it was up in profits. It's like, oh, instead of reaccumulating, hoping it's gonna like Zusi, it never came this cycle. In all honesty, it never did. You understand? What I'm mumbling?
No, it never came
It
generally
didn't.
on everything, but it did one by one a bit, right? Like we've seen Dojo move, we've seen.
Juicy, I've been on this pallet right with you. We've been so toughly riding this entire Santa sleigh, like down this thing, but at the end of the thing, I feel like Santa brought us coal. Like there wasn't even presents this year. It's not even Christmas, but I'm just saying to all the true traders out there, it's like, It's Trump truly stepped into office. It's been pretty rough. So,
4 years ago, I was defending a bullish position on Bitcoin, and someone told me, "What price is Matic at?" You really
yes,
think?
sir. Yes, you were, Zusi.
He told me, as long as Matic isn't at 10 cent, bear market bottom isn't in, and I think Bitcoin was like around 30K, and he was really right. We went much lower.
Super right. Absolutely.
But he was off on Matic low point, and
That was back then. It was like, how about this? Why is there no
today,
AI new technology being precedented or pressed out into like a marketing scheme? By now, I thought people would have been dug into the entire structure of it. Right
there is
now, I
no.
don't. I
You
I
have
haven't seen. How about this? Juicy,
you have
tell
Trade
me the
GPT.
best. You know what I
You have,
mean? Like the
you have
best
Trade.
newest. Like they're all the
You have
same old school ones that came out like a while ago. I
you have
just feel
Trade
like they're
GPT
gonna
that
present
helps
that
tell
to us
you
almost at Christmas time or just after. A whole new
positions.
supplement of. I'm
Hey man,
sorry,
you're
I
right.
didn't mean to interrupt.
So
You're
now,
talking.
you end up with Matic at 10 cent 4 years later. So I'm like, oh, maybe
Juicy,
maybe
look at it. Where
you'll end up right
where did
with
Matic
that.
go down to? Where was its lowest point that it actually reached to? Was it down
But we're
like
there now.
six or something? Where did Matic actually make it down to on its low point? I don't have a reference. I'm not close to it.
It's one coin that's in price discovery downward currently. It broke its
Dude, the
bear
thing
market.
went from like $1 down to like less than 10 cents, like no problem. I was like, oh my. But what I'm really trying to tell you is I think that there's a lot of massive computer structures behind the entire thing. A couple of years ago, we used to like talk about VR structures. Everybody's like buying properties and doing all this stuff. How in the world did that thing not progress and actually like turn into like an 8K? Instead, I feel like they realized how quickly it was coming out and they held it back from being released. They just let people go out and get pissed at each other for a couple years while we properly design this structure and properly design the computing systems that need to be behind it to
But
properly,
Meta
you
invested
understand
a
what I'm
lot.
saying now? You see what I'm saying? Zusi, it's been a complete blank. Nobody's talked about this thing for the past 2 years. 2 years ago, people were talking about the newest technologies and sensors and visual displays. There's nothing. I haven't seen one commercial about it. Nothing. I think it's limited, I guess, like advertising until they properly get the system built up until where they're ready to release it or everybody's ready to just like jump on there, them, mom, auntie, uncle. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like it was a weird thing that we were noticing a few, 3-4 years ago. Like when the newest and the thing, instead he sold a company, he went and started his new company that does all his drones and all of his Defend America technology, if you will. But instead, it was the ideology of where he started with the optics and the sensor technology. Instead, I think the United States government soaked that sucker in and said, you know what, if we give these guys these abilities right now, they're going to knock buildings down. Not cool. You understand what I'm mumbling at you? So I think it was a basic censorship of extreme technology running into the forefront of basic, what are humans going to do with it? Do you appreciate it? Do you understand what it can do? And do you understand how many things you can hurt with it? So it's a delicate ramble without putting it into a public or on the news type thing. But I hope you guys see and feel and understand what I'm saying.
No, it was just a bubble, right? Like too much hype, too much investment in the
Oh, it's
merchant
just a
produced
bubble, Zusi. That's what it is. I like grilled cheese too.
Can we hear
Well,
Zeus's
but
answer?
Meta invested a lot of money in that, and well,
Did
it's
you
yet
hear
to
what I
see
was
any.
actually saying though in the process of it? Not just the concept of what you're overlying with it, but like what I was kind of guys.
Well, for me, it's like trying to find a reason why things are underperforming,
Will you
blaming the
come visit
government
America,
or.
Zusi? Could I pay for you to come over and visit the Rocky Mountains? Would you do it? Would you come out and check it out? Can
I
we go
don't know.
skiing over
Your
here?
country scares me.
Scare you what?
You
You're
guys have
flying a plane
weapons and all.
across the Atlantic Ocean. You land in the
I don't know,
Rocky
man.
Mountains and you come skiing. I dare you.
That wouldn't be very ecologically friendly, you know. We have ski resorts here.
How's your snow doing?
I'm not taking plane much. I don't know.
I think bottom line is I think you'd have a blast here, bud. It's an offer. Leave it on the table, but you gotta realize there's a whole world sitting in front of you. It just depends on which way you start walking. There's north, there's south, there's east, there's west. It just depends on which things you start walking towards and which things you truly remember. There's things you'll remember in the day you're about to die in our deathbed or something when we're about to like die. And there's gonna be memories and you're like, you know what, I was hiking with my friends when I was like back in my 20s or 30s or 40s. You know what I'm saying? You have children. There's a lot of things in life, dude. Get out of France. Come see this world. Come check it out. I dare you. And I'll come see the northern Alps and like French have Alps. The Alps reach into the tippity touches of France. They really do. I can't wait to actually go up there. If you'd like to like meet up somewhere this winter, I think that'd be a really cool thing. You show me a mountain that you're familiar with
Depends.
or something.
If it's crypto related, why not?
Juicy. Imagine if we could pay for like a pass with Bitcoin, or we could pay with a pass with crypto.
Well, you can
Like,
actually, you know.
exactly. My point made. Let's go. I dare you. You want to
All
show
we
me
need is
Europe?
a
Do you have a
is
favorite
a.
mountain over where you would recommend me to go if I were to come visit your way?
Well, they're all pretty good. Depends what you're searching for, but depends on level a
Do
bit.
you have one on your preference that you would be like, bro, this is where we're going to? I don't think you
Yeah,
understand. Like, I don't just like slide down a mountain. Like, dude, I cruise this sucker. Like everybody at the bottom be like, what are you even riding? Like, how do you ride like that thing? You know what I mean? Susie, let's go. I dare you.
I'm actually gonna go ski in February, but what I would recommend is Chamonix. If you come visit France, it's like
Where are you going to go in February? Susie, I'll meet you there. Where are you
um,
planning on going in February, sir?
I'm going where I'm going in February, but Chamonix is a
Let's go. Let me come
Chamonix.
ride with you, Zeus. Let me come rip that your mountain. Show me what's up.
Well, you know,
Am I not
French people
welcome? Am I not
don't
welcome in France?
don't
I'm not
don't
welcome.
like
They don't even take us
we don't
snowboarders.
like
They don't do ski. I'm
we,
on
we
the ski on my snow front.
we don't like
I'm kidding.
tourists that much.
Can I come snowboarding with you, bud, or what?
No, there's too many people snowboarding on our mountains
How about
already.
this, Zeusy? I'll pay for you to
Stay in
come
the
over here and come
Rockies.
ride in Aspen. I dare you to come across the
Yeah,
Atlantic
Aspen
Ocean
is
and come rip
Aspen
down the most
actually is.
beautiful mountains in the world, cuz. I dare you.
I don't know if it's
Not
the
in
most
your
beautiful,
little
but
dinky, you little dinky, or you whoop, 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 shoo, doo, doo. Zeusy, I dare you to put on your pants and come out and ride some mountains, bud. I'll pay for it. I dare you.
you want to pay for my skiing? Ah, no thanks.
Your flight, your skiing, your accommodations while you're here, bud. I dare you to come ski with me, Zeusy. You'll have a wonderful change of life blast, but
Yeah, I'm sure that would be true, but no, it's okay.
I gotta go to work next week on Tuesday for one day. I dare you, Susie. Let's go.
Well, I have vacation, you know.
There's a whole world out there. It all depends on which way you start walking. Susie, if you haven't started walking, the only thing you walk is your dog outside. There's a whole world out there, bro. You got to look left, you got to look right, you got to look north, south, east, and west. But I don't think you've seen like big mountains outside of the Dinky Alps that you're familiar with right next to you. Come see the Rockies. I will rip you up through these mountains and down the mountains beautifully on groomed trails that are above expectations. Like, and you'll remember them till the day you die. You'll literally be in that your deathbed going, man, I remember that. Either way, I apologize. My bad. I apologize.
What up? What up? We still going?
going on? Tell you one thing. Use WeX. Don't use it for spot man. Mike. Mike. Hi. How's everybody trading? Oh, you guys playing on there again? I found you. What is that? You got some big guns. Oh, yeah, you're cooked. Look at the shooters he has. It's a Motor Strike. Is just two of you on to him? Wait. Bring home the gold. Alright. I had to refresh it. Did nothing. No sonic boom. Battle Royal, huh? Someone just stabbed me. Why? Where'd I go? I got tanks and everything. Hey, Crypto Cypher, you don't have any clothes on. Ooh, walked into your own bomb. How do you, can you swing the sword and everything? Where did I go? Sheesh. That's it. That took care of that. eyes are burning trying to look at that. Phew.
What's good, family? I like this shit. It keeps y'all busy while I'm doing stuff. Nothing lasts forever, you know. Best anybody can hope for. Oh, it did change you. Yeah. Funny. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of shit you could do with this. I'm sure it's pretty deep. We just barely scratching the surface with it. Nah, they look cool. So that's how somebody had the stars yesterday. I guess it's the same thing. I got the bandana on. It looks like you keep your shit because Wizard's still wearing the 43 things he bought yesterday. Reed, what's going on, brother? Now that's a good vacation. Nah. Hey, yo. Yeah, platinum is looking beautiful. It's not at my measured move yet, but it's cooking. I'm looking for right underneath 2K plat. You can click, you can kiss that that Audemars 40th edition, 40th anniversary platinum edition away at these prices. Shit. GG's to everybody who bought platinum edition watches over the last 10 years. Y'all are about to eat. I don't know, Neve. You just kind of stood there and took it. I know Wizard got all the swag, man. He's balling right now. Put him on a timeout. You guys are addicted. I'm about to start selling gold. Remember to go to live chat instead of top chat. Wizards being blocked by top chat. Neve is just running away. What's going on, Mendy? You're welcome, Mendy. Appreciate it. My stop loss has already been moved. I'm waiting to break these highs before I move my stop loss underneath the swing low here. Yeah, don't let the don't let the characters distract you. They can just walk around back and forth while you look at your trades. How did you? You found the way to put on another item, was it? I can't put anything on. I'm just walking around naked and shit. And I know I have everything in the store available. There's no rules for Reed. You're just walking around. It's just a chat game. There's some commands and shit, but we're just trying to figure it out. Damn, ZD's been killing it. Measured move of the bull flag is 92. Right at our target too. Neve's character still looks freaked out, bro. Traumatized. Just standing there shocked. You guys might need some money. It's not letting you buy stuff. Here's some airdrops. Alright, ready? Oh, we might have lost the plot, Ludic. I'll be right back.
Quiet on here. Let's go.
I'm here. I'm just eating a sandwich real quick.
Hoping this night token takes off like it did last night around this time. It's that block of ice. It's been quiet. I don't think I heard anybody say anything all day on here. Is that on rate? Don't know. Next thing on? Yeah. 89.6, huh? Not bad, not bad. Pop up for that CME gap this morning. It's Monday morning. Sheesh. Coffee's ready.
I'm back, yo. That shit is too funny. I gotta fix the scaling on it, but I'm about to have fun with this shit now that I know how to play with it. What's going on, David? Sailor's almost out of here, guys. We're halfway through with this fight.
What's going on with Michael Saylor?
This happened to be our boss fight. Bitcoin final boss.
Oh, thought there was news or something.
Nah, I'm just playing around with this. Program. I just figured out how to change some of the images, so that's gonna be cool. Whenever there's some news or something going on, take them out. We should have the Japanese Fed chair up there right now, so we should have. Or won't it let me? Oh, there we go. I'm just gonna keep on Mortal Striking. It seems like it's working. You can add animations and all types of shit, bro. Just say by the time the bear market's done and we start a new bull market at the bottom, the shit is gonna be completely fine tuned. Couple more hits and we'll get him out of here. A little bit more and we'll take this CME gap out. Not that it's my main concern right now, but just to get it off the page. Fireball, fireball, fireball. I think I did him dirty though, and I didn't give him any attacks. So we really are just beating up on our man right now. I feel like BlackRock. Yeah, I'm still holding, Cody. I'm still holding. Shooting for at least target 2 right now, which is really target 3, honestly. We've already hit both of our targets from earlier. Oh shit, it's my turn. Oh, he's gone. He's out of there. What are we gonna do with all this Bitcoin now? I gotta figure out how to make the Bitcoin smaller, but instead of stars, we got biddies now. regular stars were worth 5. The Bitcoins are worth 100. We're not gonna drop the Bitcoins all the time, but airdrop season. What's going on, Cat? Yeah, just a little game for the chat. I think it's gonna be about a week before you guys have a printout next to you with all the commands and all that. I still don't know how to operate. You guys know way more about the commands than I do. I don't even know how to buy shit. But yeah, if you guys aren't subbed up, just hit the subscribe button and just type in the chat, and it should drop an avatar for you. Ralph, what's going on? What's going on, H? Appreciate that, Ralph. I had to try to figure something out to keep the family focused. Figure as long as they're sitting here playing the game, they can still see the chart. It's lazy like this. When it gets slow like this, people just disappear. I just think it's cool that chat gets to affect the screen outside of just the chat box. You know what I mean? And like everybody's doing commands and shit, right? But if people were just talking, like you'd be able to follow the conversation just on the I guess short sentences. Yeah. Now Neve looks like he's 50. All right, battle royale. Whoever wants to get into the battle royale, I put up the reward. You just gotta sub up and type exclamation join in 1 second here. I changed the health packs too. That's my Bitcoin, Ralph. Don't even think about it. Got him. Are you trying to heal? You guys, you guys are cheaters, bro. I see you in the chat. Bomb heal. That's too funny. I gotta change the size of the Bitcoin, but other than that, I think it's cool. It's too big, right? That Bitcoin is massive. I'm not sure how you check your pocket. There's some way to like check the wallet. I was off mic talking to y'all earlier, just moving the chart or whatever. And somebody typed in chat exclamation mark talk. I was like, bro, listen, first of all, what we're not gonna do is start giving me chat commands. You said exclamation talk. I was laughing my ass off. With gold, you can buy like outfits for the character. There's a link. I haven't used it yet, so I don't know what it looks like. But you're supposed to be able to buy different characters, outfits for the characters, weapons, all that other shit. I made the characters bigger. The violence. You know, maybe I always lose because I'm running around with my fists and everybody else has swords and shit. Nah, Neve went in there and cleaned it up. I saw what you did, bro. You let them fight it out. And then you came in at the end to clean it up. That's nasty.
Good morning, Dbloc.
What's going on, brother?
One of them rare mornings that I wake up in the middle of the night, just can't sleep anymore, and I don't have to work today.
That's the worst, bro. I hate that shit.
It's not bad. I'm still winning in my trade from last night, so that's not bad at all.
Damn right.
I typed in the bubble chat for you.
Hilarious. I take this off here.
Hey, D, are you going to try and get into this new IPO Medline?
I haven't been looking at it. I haven't been looking at it. IPOs have been kind of hit or miss lately. Kind of disillusioned at the moment.
Yeah, this is it's the medical supplies thing. I don't know. I think this one, I don't know. The way the market is, who knows? But
Yeah.
I'm a little biased in the healthcare field, so I
No, that's
hope it'll
good
do well
shit.
because I'm gonna buy it.
Listen, those are the edges that we need sometimes, right? Like you might know just enough to be able to tell a good deal from a bad one when it comes to that, right?
They deal in 100,000 different medical supplies, all over the world and in the United States. I truly believe this one's going to be good. At least long term, it will be.
Nice.
Did you sell all your gold, sir?
No. I sold a good amount and went into silver, but I kept a couple pieces. Bro. I'm not gonna lie. I lied to myself and told myself, let's probably go to 6, 7K. But honestly, I just didn't want to get rid of everything.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do that. You know what I mean?
It
It's just
is.
like it's just taking profits at the top. It's like this could go a lot higher considering everything else that's going on. I started getting into silver a little bit, and it's not been bad.
It's even worse when it's physical, right? Because like I kind of like my gold. Like my gold mostly is in jewelry.
I'm
And
a
I like my
king.
coins, and I like my, you know what I mean? Like there's something to that. But yeah, no, I had to get rid. I mean, I was in that trade for almost 3 years, 2.5 years. So I was happy to get rid of. I got rid of a chunk at 3.3, and then I got rid of the rest of it between 4.5, 4.6.
Not bad at all. How about Circle? You decided to get out of that a little bit.
No,
That was
no.
Did well for a while.
I'm still beating a dead horse. But like I said when I first brought it up, like that's long term for me.
Yeah, I think that's probably wise.
I'm just loading up. I want to see how it acts during the bear market. That's still a big question mark for me. Right? What do the increased transactions of the bear into stables, how does that affect Circle's bottom line? That's something that we don't really know yet. You know what the dream is, right? Like the ultimate dream is that the extreme selling into stables pumps Circle during the bear, and like we get to just happily trade our crypto for Circle during the bear market, and then buy our crypto back during the bull, and then trade back to Circle during the bear. But I don't think we're gonna be. I don't think we're gonna be that lucky.
It sounds like we're going to have several different like choices, the horses to go with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right now, my bet is metals. I mean, metals is gonna be my bear market hedge. I'm really thinking, I've been saying it for almost a year now, that metals are in the middle of already a super cycle. People are considering it like blow off tops. I don't know. You don't take 40 years to build a pattern and then have a blow off top in a week. Once the momentum of this thing gets going, at the very least, it'll beat debasement, right? It'll beat inflation during the bear at the very least, and that's all I really needed to do.
Yeah. Could you say that that's just the pattern is just coincidence over years? I mean, it has nothing to do with an actual pattern, but just the market, the way it goes, just as a pattern, it just happens.
Yeah, but they're literally all building the same cup and handle. I mean, remember, patterns have psychology behind them, right? Every pattern is it's a different psychology playing out over time. And metals just look like they have been suppressed for a very long time. And right now, the way the dollar's looking, I mean, especially if we get this yen carry unwind, and trust me, I don't want it. I'm holding way too many risk assets to be wishing for that. But if we do get it, metals are going to go absolutely insane.
Yeah, I believe you there. I've been I've been thinking about that as well. I've also been putting in stuff, buying, nibbling here and there on different mining companies and stuff.
Nice. Yeah, somebody did really good on a silver mining company they were asking me to look at.
Yeah, some of them stocks are they're really low priced. They're like really almost small cap. And I think those are like long term holds, just because they're gonna produce over time, because we need those minerals and that type of thing.
Yeah, agreed.
They wanted to put there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5, at least 5 that I know of, townships and counties that are that they want to put big data centers in around here in Michigan. and the people that live around here are like, absolutely not. They do not want them.
Bro, it's
They're
bad.
absolutely up in arms over the whole thing.
It's bad. I was watching this documentary last week, and I can't remember where the city was, but they said that there is a hum that never goes away. It's just a hum that exists in the air from all of the, and they tried to put in some dampening, some fans and some shit to dampen the noise. But the residents say that you could hear it at all times. This guy was talking about his kid wakes up having nightmares that there's UFOs floating over the house.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, keep them off the television. It'll probably help with that. But
right.
the hum is probably a real deal. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, on the other hand, we are in a race, an AI race, and we need compute and we need data centers. So they got to go someplace, I guess.
Yeah. Just like nuclear reactors, right? Everybody agrees we need them. Nobody wants them in the neighborhood.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same type deal. Yeah. But I mean, nuclear is the safest option by far when you put it all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just, yeah. I mean, so we, I fly for a living, so I'm flying all over the place, and I see all of these big solar farms and stuff like that. Talk about some ugly shit, man. That's just some nasty looking stuff. And then there's windmill farms everywhere, but I talk to a lot of people, and they say a lot of them don't work. I mean, most of them do work, but they have to change the oil in each one of those things once a year. It's not like they're low maintenance by any stretch. So it's kind of like, well, are you really? What are we really doing here? And to be fair, considering that's all around me, my electricity bills went up, not down. So I don't know, do that math. I don't know where that's going, but not saving me any money.
You don't have to you don't have to buy it once you already own it. You just got to put it on. All right, give me a second. Excuse me. Give me a second. I gotta fix something. right, it's back up. Remember, it's on subscriber only. So if you're not subbed up to the channel, you won't get an avatar. Wait, why aren't the characters popping out though? Oh, there we go. I'm just testing out the different Bitcoins. I have one that I think is going to look better than this. Hold on. Um, I don't know. I think this one might be too big though. We're just consolidating underneath resistance, y'all. That 800 EMA breaks, and shit's gonna get interesting. You see how that one looks more 8-bit? Which one looked better, this one or the last one that was cleaner? I just think the 8-bit matches. I forgot I did that. Changed the scale on the slots. I might have gone a little too heavy handed on it. It's cool because you get to actually see it. Crypto Cypher does not endorse gambling in any sorts in cases unless it's just for fake gold. Okay. Nah, roulette ones too. Not just the slots. Come on, sevens. Come on, sevens. Hold on, let me fix that. I think 1.5 will be a good size for that. You know, it lets me turn up the luck for you guys too. I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna spoil you if I do that. But it lets you turn up the chances. That's what I try to do every day, Craze. Oh, look, and our star is a 8-bit Bitcoin now. Somebody bring up the slots real quick. I want to see the size of it. Pause. All right, that's better. A little more low key. Damn, you guys gonna have a whole. So if everybody does it at the same time, if there's 20 people in here at the same time and they all hit slots, it's just gonna look like a. It's gonna look like a casino. I think I might have to add a cooldown to these slots. You guys think you got an infinite money glitch here? Sometimes I feel like Wavy just types in chat without even looking at the screen. Because there's no way that he hasn't been like, what the hell are we doing? He's been a bot this whole time and we just don't know it. Like market maker, he's got algo hours where he just runs on an algo. I'm gonna take him and I'm gonna pin him up here until he notices. See how long it takes him to notice his name right on top of price. He disappeared. Let me see if I can. Hold on, I'll let you finish that slot, and then I'm gonna see if I can do something real. Alright, let me see some. That's not it. Man, I don't know if this is gonna work at all, but I think people are burnt out crazy. But that's how it works, right? Like you slowly burn people out, and then when some serious shit happens, nobody's paying attention. Didn't work. Hold on, let me bring the chat bubble down a little bit. You take some profit, Jacko. You still in the game? I'm still in. I just moved my stops up. Oh yeah, nice. Press exclamation mark jump to make your character jump. There's a bit of a delay though. That shit is so frustrating, bro. Exactly. I got you. 3, 2, oh. What's going on, CM? The physics of that little explosion never get old. He's doing the 6-7 dance. 6-7. Yeah, but you gotta win. You gotta win gold, and then you can use it to like throw bombs at each other and shit, or you can duel. You gotta ask some of the guys that have been in chat for a while. They got the shit figured out already. But I got it. You wanna fight? Get ready to join. Just hit attack join. I mean, just hit exclamation mark join. Yeah, I know, right? The Bitcoin that falls out of the sky heals you. Oh, you got a clutch heal right there, CM. That heal might have won you the game right there. And you got the second one? Nah, that's manipulation. Good night, AM. Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep here soon. If you get the third Bitcoin, nah, Jocko. Oh, shit. That's bad luck. That's bad luck. You had that shit in the bag. All right, I'm going to start it again, Diaries. You just got to press exclamation mark join. I thought you were going to bed, Aeon. Hold on, one more. I've only won one of these. Yeah, it's Battle Royale. Nah. GG's. You don't got to type attack. I think it's RNG when you get in there. I don't trade leverage, Kojo. I only trade heavy spot. Yeah, exactly. Basically took the entire CME gap except for that, but that's basically just the midpoint of weekend trap. That's our point of control from the weekend. So far, so good though. False move down. We still have to keep a heads up tomorrow. We could make a new bottom, although I don't think we will. But we could make a new bottom and still have this be the false move down. I think we're straight though. I'm looking for a higher low at some point here though, because this is pretty V-shaped, especially the higher time frame we go. But good entries, man. Good entries, good plays. Held the bottom of that bearish channel. So step one for me, 92.5. And target 3 at 95.9, and then the top of the range. Now, I already took 20% just in case we retrace for a higher low. But my next TP will be 92.4. Damn, I can't believe we've been down on the 1 minute chart the whole day, basically, or 5 minute the whole day. But we walked that shit all the way up. Anybody wants to catch a good fallen knife episode, go watch the replay from the stream earlier today. That shit was beautiful. Yeah, type 2 entry would be good here. At least come down to the 50, honestly. My last entry, everything failed except for the last entry. I missed my last entry by 46 bucks. $46 on a $90,000 asset. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, if we're gonna catch a trade, we caught it at the very best place, right? Like very bottom of that bear flag. So if the trend continues and we just go back to the top of the range, then we caught the very best entries, right? Risk reward wise. Can't beat that. What's going on, Yoel? Nah, the little characters are funny, bro. Like when y'all say hi to each other and like the character standing right in front of the other one. After building, right? The majority of the licks take us to that SR flip, which is right here. Right. After that, we'll have to build out some more, in my opinion. I don't even want to draw both these measured moves because they're so close to each other. But just for educational purposes, this is the measured move of the W. This is the measured move of the bull flag. And both of those could wait for a higher low. Right? It doesn't have to be now. I'm just going to take the smaller one out of the way because that shit is annoying to look at. Yeah, it's definitely all about entries, man. We need to be focused on taking the most asymmetric trades possible. right? Largest amount of upside, smallest amount of downside risk on our part. I know that sounds like common sense, but yeah, I hear you. I don't know. You look really angry, Toshi. I set it up to where it spawns y'all with random like attachments for free, but you can always change everything. Exclamation jump. Nice hugs. Yeah, we had some really good entries there, bro. If this plays out right, those entries could last us for a while. My stops are already up in the profit, so it's a free trade from here on in. Oh yeah, there's been so much money made in this range, bro. This 88 to 98 range, or this 82 to 92 range, I should say. 3-day up is confirmed, but we can still find another low tomorrow. Remember, false move Monday has a expiration date of Monday night. So even though it doesn't look likely by structure, we could still put in a lower low and not invalidate the false move down.
That's what
What happened?
I mean. That's what they're saying in this range is where Binance is making it up to Wintermute because of what they did to them on 10-10.
It's some easy trading range for Wintermute. I mean, that's not too crazy sounding.
And you can see, like, in a way, like the market makers seem much more in control now in that sense.
They seem very calm too. Like they're in control and comfortably in control. I mean, we've just seen 3 near perfect weekend cycles play out. There hasn't really been much in the way of market maker doing his thing. Nah, look at Gecko's character. That shit is dope. Dude came in here flexing on all of us. USDT. I was looking at this chart earlier. This is
Damn, what is this?
unemployment rate slowly climbing. And this is Labubu's parent company, Pop Mart's performance during the same time. So at the same time that people are out of work, people that have money are spending it on stupid shit, basically, is what that means. USDT dominance. Well, we're at that point where we've got to think, is this parabola going to break? Or are we at what historically is very good entries here? We've done this a bunch of times, but for the people that haven't seen this, you throw BTC on this chart. You'll notice the inverse correlation. But for the most part, every time USDT hits the bottom of this parabola, Bitcoin hit the top. Hold on, let me change this. People hate line charts. So every time we hit bottom, Bitcoin hit the top. Bottom, double top on Bitcoin. Bottom, our top when we broke all-time high. Second bottom was our TP at 109. And then here, instead of coming down to give us an exit, it went up. Right, so we've got that divergence. The interesting thing is every time we hit the top of this line, happens to be a bear market bottom. Top of the line, right before shit goes parabolic. Right before shit goes parabolic. Now, we have had a couple of times in the past, 2018, where we did hit top and we were at exactly where we are right now. So you can't take that as law, right? We've got evidence right here that roughly around the same time, when we're waiting for our dead cat bounce, right? Waiting for our dead cat bounce, we hit the top on Dom. And then hit it again, and then hit it again, and then finally, you know. So now what I want to see is if this thing takes off. Because with the Genius Act and all of these stables coming in for commercial purposes, eventually this is going to pop, right? What we're looking at is the beginning of an S curve. Right? People look at this and people that don't know any better say, well, oh, well, that's rounding over. That's a rounded top. And it's like, no, that's the beginning of an S curve. Right? That's adoption. Same with Bitcoin. You're welcome, bro. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm half asleep, but I hope some of that made sense. Yeah, because you know, the Genius Act opens up banks, commerce for stables. So it's not just people that want to buy Bitcoin that are buying stables, right? People want to buy shit off of Shopify. People want to buy something online. People want to pay for something online, right? So stablecoin dominance will go up, and it's not going to mean what it used to. You know how we said that we're going to lose the CME edge when CME's open 24/7? Like, we're going to lose being able to count on that. We're going to lose the stablecoin dominance edge as well. Because as trillions of dollars come into stables for commerce, dominance is going to go crazy. And we're not going to be able to look at that and say, oh, that means Bitcoin's going to do this. You know what I mean?
Dbloc, can I check what do you think about gold? Because it's really like picking up already.
I know. Silver too. Everything platinum. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll look at gold for you real quick. Ooh,
Thank you.
should be an all-time high here soon, huh? All right, so we can go back to the original dip. So we had our small W, right? That played out, fractaled into a larger W. Both of these W's played out. We held this uptrend the whole time. I've kind of been waiting for a retrace to this, honestly, but we didn't get it. It's fine.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah. The overall pattern, though, I'm looking for 4,600. But remember, we did have that double top right here. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that's when we get the retest to that trend line. Come up, double top off of that, and then come down. But, I mean, if it breaks, it's going to be pretty explosive. And everything else is lined up. Silver looks just as good. I mean, silver is just showing off right now.
Yeah, silver is like on Ferrari right now.
Crazy. So I got rid of most of my gold for silver, but I am still holding some gold. And I think gold still continues to lead the pack. Right? It doesn't have what it did. It doesn't have it left in the tank, obviously. Right? The gold trade that I sold, I started down here, 2023. So it doesn't have this left in the tank, but I think it can push to 5-6K. And that would send, in my opinion, silver. It's like Bitcoin moving up and then Ethereum moving way more because Bitcoin's bullish, right? Silver reacts to gold the same way that sort of Ethereum reacts when Bitcoin is bullish. So yeah, let's get gold into some all-time highs, and then let's watch the fireworks on everything else. What's copper doing? Because now I'm interested. Yeah, copper is still doing its thing.
Yeah, copper is also following that. Yeah.
So that's been my play, right? That's the rotation that I've been talking about for almost a year now, is that gold, silver, copper, and platinum. So like gold took off first, right? Gold is already almost through its run. Silver is getting ready. Copper is lined up, and platinum is sort of behind all of them, right? Where everything else has a really nice cup and handle, like silver. And actually, let me check something real fast. All right, so we know this big, massive cup and handle on silver. why is there a random Labubu on my chart? So the massive cup and handle on silver, the one that we saw in gold, the one that we see in copper, and then when you come to platinum, the reason that I say that platinum's behind all of them is because, where are you? I believe that platinum is just now building its cup. So I've been running platinum from the accumulation up. I'm gonna take profit because this is gonna take time, right? I don't think it's gonna be a big, huge. But for this run that's left, platinum gets the target, in my opinion. And then there might be some years of consolidation. When you take into consideration that it took I mean 9 years to build that cup. You figure it's gonna take at least a couple years for a retracement and but what I'm looking for is the accumulation at the base of the handle. Just like we were able to pick up on silver.
Thank you.
Right? That accumulation at the handle. But yeah, I mean that's my plan for the bear market. Probably gonna be pretty heavy in metals and then some stables on the side and shit like that. I need to diversify a little bit, but yeah, you're welcome. Craze don't want the smoke. Go to bed, bro. I'm about to go to bed here soon. I'm gonna restart the stream one last time before bed. Because we're already at 9 hours. Eve, I got you. Very similar to what we did on Bitcoin, right? Held the bottom of that bear flag. Nice and strong. That M pattern had a way deeper measured move, so that's substantial that held there. That means people with more money than us are looking at the same line saying, yeah, this needs to hold. Usually a good thing. So just like everything else, this vector is going to get recovered in my opinion. That would be the first step, and then top of the range is what I'm shooting for. Let me make sure there's a vector there, but I'm almost positive that's a vector. Yeah. So vector recovery, and then 800 EMA, top of the range. Let's take a look at the rest of my bag here. How's my soul doing? My poor soul. She's just going sideways, holding on for dear life. Sui looks good. Sui had plenty of opportunity to come down through this. This is what was so scary on Sui, right? Big vector gap, big volume gap, right? And I'm pretty sure that that entire thing is full of licks on smaller time frames. But yeah, I think Sui, uh-oh, what did I do?
ETH is looking good, huh? Look at ETH go.
Yeah. Oh, Ether. Sui could come down into this vector. But hear me out. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I mean, right now we've got a wedge, and wedges break fine. But if you really want to bring the sidelines in here, then it might not be a horrible idea. The touchdown.
Wow. That crypto whale swapping Bitcoin for Ethereum.
You watching my wallets, bro?
Yeah. BlackRock bought a ton of Ethereum as of late too. It's outperforming the Bitcoin ETF.
Link looks good. Link
Yeah,
looks.
Link,
Links. You know
Link
I
is,
love these. Like, if you're gonna get a double bottom, it's got to be double bottom bull flag.
and that DTCC news that came out from the SEC too, man, that's bullish for Link.
Yeah. Nah, Link looks good. That would take us through our vectors.
Why is that RLS token up 20%, man? What the hell is it? Oh, that's that token we were talking about one day. That's why it's on my list, not mine. All right.
All right, my bad. Let me look at. You said you wanted to look at night.
No, I'm good with that now.
Somebody in
That thing's dumping.
somebody in YouTube chat. What, party's over?
Party's over.
Come on, man. Look at this monthly candle. What are you talking about? That's super bullish.
It's only been out for a couple of days. How can I have a monthly candle?
It's just everything is a monthly candle. It's just.
I'm interested in stable.
Oh yeah, that does look like it wants to. That does look like it wants to do the bad thing. So these volume gaps, you see it already. I don't even have to say anything. You guys that have been here for a while, you know what that means. But yeah, that should be a pretty quick move down to 5.3, 5.2. Almost guaranteed this is a vector. Yeah.
Oh yeah. After it catches that, then I'll hop in.
The 50 EMA has to hold. I mean, the 50 EMA could hold. I don't have a lot of hope for it though, honestly. And this shit was airdrop, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's too much of a wild card, bro. You don't know how many people still hold in, who's waiting to dump. Like,
And they're still, they're still dishing out more. There's gonna be more airdrops to come to. Not everybody gets the airdrops at the same time. It's weird. I forget how they're doing it, but yeah.
I mean, I guess that's great to keep it from dumping like really big all at once, but it sucks because they could drop at any time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 'cause they were trying something different. Yeah, not everybody gets the airdrop at once, and I forget how it works. You gotta hold it for so long before you can sell it.
And you wanted me to look at ADA. Well, good news, bad news. Good news is this shit didn't go as bad as it could have, I guess. Right? We only got half of that measured move. We were looking for this entire vector recovery here, but we only recovered to there, so it does mean we still have a vector underneath, which could very well be the reason for the weakness here. You wouldn't be playing out this same measured move, right? Because that's already been invalidated, but that vector is still a target, and it's the high volume node, right? So if we look at our gaps, well, hold on, because if I do that, then yeah. So there you see we're coming through that gap. Could very well come and fill the rest of this vector. Still a higher low, right? So technically you've got your low, higher high, higher low, higher high, and then what would be a higher low. If that breaks, you're breaking structure. And just like everything else that we've been looking at, instead of holding that bear flag like Bitcoin and Ethereum did, see the problem? Right, Cardano's broken it and is having trouble getting back above. I gotta get more organized, bro. Look at how organized I was last season. Well, not even last season, but like last year until shit got real. Crypto money, world money, bonds, legacy, commodities, Bitcoin, L1s, L2s, DEXs, gaming, memes, high cap, memes, low cap, utility, BTC pairs, AI. I was on my shit. America First tokens. Now compare that to the last 6 months list. It's everything. Look, we can all do better, okay? I don't want to hear it. Bro, that has got to be the weakest show. Like, you didn't even drop a contract address or anything. Yeah, but you know, if you just set your expectations low, then you don't got to be disappointed. Nah, that list that you just saw, the last list, started off as just a YouTube sort of request list, right? But then I've ended up doing so much TA on that layout that that just has the most up to date. The reason that that last layout you looked at was so organized is because I organized it during the bear market. Bull market gets crazy, right? Beard gets big, hair gets crazy. I looking like a caveman and shit. Basically. And if I was to make the list now, it would be like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then the rest would just be labeled shitcoins, and everything else would be in that bucket. Tell him, Evie. I should delete his message because it's a show, but it's funny when people come in here trying to show stuff. It's like, this is the wrong chat for that. Chat's gonna call you out before I do. One more battle royale for good luck. Exclamation mark join. No, I'm not out of guns. Guns is one of the smaller. I've got some like micro cap shit, but it's not a large percentage. Damn, it's still going. That's great. That shit has been killing it for the last, what, 3 days? We were on that parabola and then boom.
The market cap must have straight away gone to 30 million or more.
Let's see. Got a lot of conviction in that game. I mean, the good thing is that the reason I say I don't have a lot in it because if that does what I think it's gonna do, it doesn't need a lot. Turn into a lot, right? So it's obviously less. Why can't I do this? There we go. But I have a bunch of guns in game too from playing. What did we do over the last month? Wow, look at that. Look at her go. Market cap is at 31. Yep. Still nothing. I don't know if they've done the update yet. I've got to look into what this last update was. But they're supposed to have the open sea thing. So the way it works is you use the guns in game to sell shit on OpenSea, to buy shit in game, but then you can sell on OpenSea. That's pretty. We have to get a retracement here, though. I mean, this is fun and all, right? But if we wanted to keep going, we've already 2x here. See the gap? Big gap. Fast move through the gap. Fast move up through the gap. Yeah, we were looking down here when it first started breaking out, actually. You know how I told you sometimes I'll like draw on the chart late at night and then I'll wake up in the morning and I can't remember what the hell I was looking at. So I don't know what the hell this is, but apparently I found it important at the time. And I don't know what it was about that drew my attention, but oh, something. Somebody, it must have been like one of those, a teachable moment or something. Maybe I was talking about mean reversion, or I have no idea, bro. No clue. I was probably down on the 5 minute. honestly. Yeah, I don't know. All right, y'all. I gotta get to bed. I'm already half asleep over here. Nice, damn right.
Trade over.
What happened?
Is that it?
What do you mean?
The scalp.
Oh, I mean, if you were trading up the CME, I guess you could have taken profits already.
Yeah, I didn't even take the trade.
Okay. But people that didn't take the trade would be waiting for a level 2 entry here at some point. This thing is a little too V-shaped. Even though we technically do have a W here, but I would like to see it go a little further. W would be right here.
My God, them shorts are opening heavy, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It looks kind of uneven.
and then your invalidation for this W would be here. But you could invalidate this W and just put in a higher low. Right? That's why I hesitate to even draw it, because this could just turn into this. Come down, clear that vector, hold support. So because of that, I'm just going to leave the measured move drawn, because the measured move isn't going to change. But right here, I will say higher low. Right. If higher low, then target 2. Oh, we just. Right, so that rising wedge, that measured move would be right into that vector, which would probably be a decent right side, right? A decent higher low. Then we can draw our pattern out. You see where my head's at? If this, then that, guys. Right? If we get above 899, that's our bullish trigger. We've technically already got that higher low. Then we'd be shooting for 91.5 and then 92.4. If that breaks, if that uptrend breaks, then this rising wedge would give us 88.8. What this will do for people in trades if they've TP'd or if, you know, we come down for a higher low is holding and continuing and breaking out. It'll give us somewhere to move our stops up to. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. We've already seen, I showed you guys earlier on the liquidations, what we're looking like, right? This was the hot spot that we were aiming at. So everywhere from the week to the 3-day, I already started making our move up. We were talking about this when we were down here, right? When we were catching that fallen knife today, I pulled this chart up and I said, look at that heat above us. And look how we've taken everything out underneath us already. Right? Wiped all of that. So that heat above us is from 90 to 906. Right? Took all of that out. All right, fam. Let me reset the stream. Hit that like button for me. If you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Hit that bell notification. And we'll be back in 1 minute.